This time, I would like to recall the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the Board, please call the roll.
Emerald.
Here.
Solis.
Present.
Lopez Zepeda.
Here.
Arancibia.
Here.
Segura.
Here.
Aguirre.
Here. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during the consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers.
If there are no further communications, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. Number 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, to Government Code Section 54957. Number 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Sorry. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to the closed session. At this time, I would like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please read the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald,
Here.
Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Ringfield,
Here.
This is the point in the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in the...
Sir, you should be on page 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. Page 2. I got it. There you go. As you can tell, we had a very long closed session, so I think I'm a little bit fried out from it. I apologize.
The third bullet.
The third bullet. This time, I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, we read the roll. I'm sorry. Now we'll hold a moment of silence and do the Pledge of Allegiance. And we would like you to keep in mind for the moment of silence, Police Chief Phil Cullum, but also Mar Vista alumni passed away in an accident.
Mr. President, I might also add Mary Stuber, a teacher, SDC teacher from Oliver, passed away this week in an accident.
Ryder Shoup is the student from Mar Vista. Please put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. And number 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Solis and seconded by Emerald to approve the appointment of Dr. Maribel Gavin as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. The vote of Arencibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez Zepeda, yes; Segura, yes; and Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Zepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the request for the leave of absence for 5 certificated employees with the vote of Arencibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez Zepeda, yes; Segura, yes; and Solis, yes. At this time, I will entertain the motion to approve the agenda for the April 15, 2024 regular board meeting. Do I have that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and at this time, I'd like to welcome the principal, Elizabeth Wong, and students from Granger Junior High School who have a presentation for the board.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're ninth graders who attend Granger Junior High, and we would like to talk about what makes Granger great, as well as our unique 3-year program. I am Ben. I belong to the leadership groups ASB, AP Club, Band Club, Buddy Club, Granger News Network, and I'm also the vice president for Ecology Club.
I'm Aisha, and I belong to the Student Leadership Group, Ecology Club, and Confetti Club, where I'm the treasurer of both.
There you go, pull it towards you, that's right.
I'm Cyril, and I belong to the leadership groups of ASB as vice president, the Asian International Association as treasurer, and AP Club.
Very nice.
My name is Darrell, and I belong to the student leadership groups ASB, GNN, AIA, and I already said AIA.
I'm Diana, and I belong to the student leadership groups Baile Folklórico and the AP Club.
Nice.
As Ben explained, Granger has a unique 3-year program designed to make community leaders. In the 7th grade, students at Granger focus on the skills to fly. They learn what it means to be a student, how to manage a 6-period day, how to study, and stay organized. All of these skills help Granger students excel.
In 8th grade, students work on developing student voice and agency. Students learn how to articulate their opinions and stand up for what they believe in. Students engage in presentations across content area with an emphasis on speaking and listening. They develop public service announcements and critical thinking through primary source analysis. 8th grade students develop arguments based on flowers for Algernon and participate in mock trials. The ultimate goal for 8th grade Granger students is to develop the voice to roar.
By the 9th grade, students combine the skills to fly like an eagle and to roar like a lion and become Granger Griffins, those mythical creatures who are part eagle and part lion, who courageously offered protection to kings. Like the Griffin, 8th grade and 9th grade students are expected to have the skills, voice, and strength to be leaders, protectors of our community. Students are expected to participate in the variety of leadership activities around campus and engage in examining controversial topics going on in the community as well as the greater society. The ultimate goal for this 3-year program is for us to develop the strength to lead so that we can move on to high school and beyond to prepare and lead in our new community.
In order to achieve the expectation of leadership for all students, Granger has a number of opportunities to attract a variety of students. These clubs range from groups that help students learn new skills, play sports, and we even assist with mental health. All of these clubs are designed to help students become better leaders and to show leadership to others within our community.
At typical high schools, freshmen are at the bottom of the totem pole. But at Granger, at this important stage of our life, we 9th graders are the leaders on the campus, giving freshmen the opportunity to stand out and participate positively as we get the time we need to prepare to attend a traditional high school. Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
I mean evening.
Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, Mr. President. So at this point, I want to extend my gratitude to the students from Granger, to Principal Liz Wong and Assistant Principal, everybody who's here, because we're wanting to highlight the good work, the great work that's going on at our school sites. A lot of times what we look at here at the board meeting are things like contracts and master plans and things like that. So what a better way to center our conversations to begin with than having our students be here to illustrate kind of the wonderful things that are going on our campus from day to day that perhaps the news doesn't report it, it doesn't make the front page, but this is the work that we do day in and day out, is supporting students, helping them explore. You saw the myriad of experiences that we offer, really the ability to, I really appreciate the way you put it, to grow leadership and grow leaders. So we just wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to center these conversations about what truly matters, and that is the work we do to support students day in and day out. So thank you to the students, to the wonderful administration, and I don't know if there's anybody else here to speak.
United, I'd like to continue that by just actually, I gotta have an 8th grader moving into 9th grade, and that transition is very, very anxiety-inducing, and it's a tough transition for students. And I'm actually, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it does a service for our students to continue 7th, 8th, 9th, because it does, you're not that small of a little fish in the high schools, and it allows you to become the big fish at the middle school, or at the junior high school, in that case. But I congratulate you all, and I think this program is actually age appropriate, and actually would probably give it. And I want to thank the parents that came out. I saw the stress on your face, and they did wonderful. And I think this is the beautiful part of being an educator, to seeing us sweat, and then when they succeed, to be rejoicing in it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you, Ms. Wong, for providing that positive environment, and to the students for all that you do. I know I have a mic and I don't use it the way you, sometimes I catch myself, I don't want to make a mess of myself, and listening to you guys, it just gives me that inspiration to, I need to use my voice to make sure that I help the schools like Granger and National and Chula, and just all our schools to make sure we keep improving and keep making things great for you, because we've already been through it, but I lack that speech, and I appreciate you guys coming up and being positive and being energetic and having that confidence in yourselves as young adults to do that. And I thank you for doing that, and keep up the great work.
I'd like to say, gosh, it's a few months ago since I visited Granger. And while I was there, it was just so calming. And it was like, there's ninth graders here? And it is unbelievable, the environment that is at Granger, and this is the result. Keep it up. Keep up the great work. Congratulations, students. You are ready to go.
Can we ask everybody to come up here and get a photograph with the board and everything? Omar?
Always here. Tell her she has to go too. It's Kate.
All right, that's good. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Oh wait, I took a picture. It's on silent mode. Here, this will sound better. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. There we go.
Here we go. Before our next presentation, I would like to ask the board to consider this, board agenda item Q6, adopt the resolution number 4899, designating April 2024 as Donate Life Month. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We would now like to welcome Christy Heyman, Life Sharing School Outreach Coordinator, who will lead the presentation for the board.
Thank you. It's going to be tough to follow. Students, helping students, that's a big deal. Very much. Good evening, President Arencibia, Vice President Lopez Zepeda, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguirre. Thank you so much for having us tonight and adopting a resolution to declare April as Donate Life Month. This is very important. In doing so, raises the awareness that there's a critical need for organ and tissue donation, and you'll see so tonight with a couple of stories. I'm Christy Heyman. I developed the school program in 2011, as you've seen me a lot over the years, which is nice, and I'm a Life Sharing Advisory Board member. I have some guests with me tonight, some high school speakers. One of them is Donna Saracho. Where'd she go? She's the one with the camera. And she's an alumni of Southwest High School. Her daughter went to Bonita Vista High School, and Donna's family was told that she wouldn't survive unless she had a liver would come available for her. Luckily, she was able to receive her transplant in time, and she's with us today, and she talks to a lot of the high school students. We have Michael Adams, who you'll hear from in just a minute, and then Paul Woods, retired district architect, which I'm so happy he's with me today again. So Paul first talked to the board in 2016 to declare April as Donate Life Month, and you've done that ever since. He suffered from pulmonary fibrosis for over 20 years before receiving his transplant and gift of life. He's now celebrating 10 years after receiving his left lung transplant. Now he has some good news for you, so I'm going to let him come up and say a few words.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Aguirre. So good to see you guys. What a difference a year makes. You may remember me last year, barely able to walk, on oxygen, coming up here and thanking you for the Donate Life Month resolution. You heard my first left lung transplant was 10 years, 10 months ago. I received a right lung transplant at UCLA 8 months ago. And the first transplant was a lot easier. This time I was 30 days in ICU. So the recovery has been a lot longer, but the last, from month 7 to 8, has been amazing. I'm able to go and visit our 3 grandkids, and we're just enjoying life now. And I just wanted to give you an update and thank you once again for continuing the resolution for Donate Life Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm so glad that we could bring him again today. So always a good thing. And a special thank you to Paul, for sure. So Donate Life's 2024 theme is Donors Are Superstars. So it showcases the stars that remind us that even in the darkest night, there is light. And we invite everyone to register as organ, eye, and tissues donors to give the gift of life. And you'll see tonight another story. We recognize the Sweetwater High Schools for their outstanding efforts to educate students about the importance of organ and tissue donation. It's an honor to partner with science and health educators in the Sweetwater district. They're amazing to work with. We've now talked to over 13,000 people in 2023. So your district has a lot to do with that because we're in most of the schools, which is awesome. And they continue to have us every year. So your board's efforts in promoting donation is making a difference. And one comment that we had from an Olympian teacher last year in science, he said, it was an amazing experience after a class that we came into. A ton of kids said they were going to become organ donors as a result of the speaker. So we get comments like this all the time, and we just really appreciate all of your support. So Life Sharing is the organization in San Diego that coordinates the organ and tissue donation process. And when an individual's life can't be saved, it's our job to use the organs and tissues to help other people through the miracle of a life-saving transplant. We help transplant hundreds of organs every year, lungs, hearts, kidneys, and livers. And we're committed to save lives and are committed to ensuring that everyone who needs a transplant gets a transplant. So organ donors in San Diego County last year gave 497 organs, which is another record year for life sharing. And a lot of this might have to do with some of the technology that we've got now and some things like that, but it's also because the donor gave in the last moments of their life, they gave that gift of life to somebody else. And then over about 34,000 lives were helped by local tissue donors, which is quite amazing just for San Diego and Imperial County. All of this was possible because the donor families gave something to someone else. And as you know, 8 lives can be saved through organ donation and up to 75 through tissue donation. So why is this work so important? Because there's over 100,000 people waiting for a life-saving transplant nationally. They're on the list for an organ transplant, and transplant is their really only option. They're not gonna survive without one. 1 in 5 live here in California. There's about 2,000 in San Diego, just here alone, and all communities are impacted by the organ shortage. So, every 10 minutes, somebody's added to that list, and a lot of them are waiting for kidneys, about 82%. And while dialysis is a way of life, it's very difficult. So we're hoping to get more people off the list. And many transplants are performed every day, but unfortunately, every day, 22 people are going to die because they didn't get a transplant in time. So remember, we want people to remember that being a donor is about helping the people that you can help after you're gone. And what a difference we all can make together. We appreciate your support. And now I'd like to introduce Michael Adams, who will tell you about his journey with transplantation and about a young donor hero who saved his life.
Good evening. So my transplant journey began when I was born with cystic fibrosis. I call that my POW picture because I weighed about 95 pounds, and in that picture I was end-stage cystic fibrosis. I was dying. That was in 2000. When I went to the doctor, I had a chest tube in my chest because my lung was so fragile and a lot of fibrosis that a simple cough would cause it to collapse. That's when I was told that if I didn't receive a double lung transplant, I wouldn't be alive in 2 years. Fast forward to 2002, I was Thanksgiving night. My lung function was 17%. I was end-stage CF. I was dying. We decided to go to Tarzana where my pulmonologist was. As soon as I got to Tarzana, I was placed in the ICU on a BiPAP machine. Spent the next few days in the intensive care unit, and on December the 5th, we made decision to start planning my cremation and have the last rites read to me by our pastor. The very next morning on December the 6th, the nurse came into my room, put the telephone to my ear, and said, "Mike, I've got a very important phone call for you." It was my doctor calling to tell me that a pair of lungs had been found for me. He said, "An ambulance is coming now to transfer you to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center where I'd have my transplant." When I got to Cedars-Sinai, they started the transplant process. At 1 in the morning, the surgeon who removed my old CF lungs went out and told my family that basically my lungs dissolved in his hands when he took them from my chest. They just fell apart. The next morning, I woke up on the vent, spent 3 days on the vent, and I knew then something was different. I was breathing like everybody else. I spent 14 days in the hospital. On the 15th day, I was sent home to start my new life with my brand new lungs. I was a tennis player in high school, and one of my goals was to play tennis again. 6 months after my transplant, I was on the tennis court again. Not playing very well, but I wasn't gasping for air on the tennis court. I went back to culinary school because now I had new lungs. I wasn't sick all the time. I wasn't on IVs or oxygen. I could actually go back to school and finish my culinary program. Bucket list items. I always wanted a whitewater raft and go scuba diving. There's no way I could have done that with my old CF lungs, but now I could do that. I'm a pool player. 5 years ago, I went to the World Championships in Vegas, took 5th place in 8-ball. I had to stop playing pool because dragging an IV pole and an oxygen canyon around a pool table was difficult. But now I can do that again. The one in the middle, that's a picture I'm most proud of. The American Lung Association holds a stair climb up the second tallest building in LA, the Aon building, 1,400 steps, 63 flights of stairs. On that day, I climbed those stairs in 36 minutes. There's no way I could have done that with my old CF lungs. When I got to the top of the building, I said thanks to the person who gave me the ability to do all these things and more. I'm going to introduce you to my hero right now. Torrey Howe. He was 15 years old. As I was getting the last rites read to me, he was on his phone calling his mom in San Bernardino asking if he and his buddy could ride their bikes to church choir practice. She said yes, but go straight to church. He went to church. He was wearing that red Ohio State cap because that's where he wanted to go to university. The doors weren't open yet, so when he got to the church, him and his buddy were hanging out. A guy drove up in a truck, got out of the truck, yelled at Torrey that he's wearing the wrong colors and shot him 3 times. His mom, Leslie, came driving up to the church, saw the commotion. Somebody came up to her window and said, "Leslie, you need to get to the hospital. Torrey's been shot." She went to the hospital, waited with family and friends. A few hours went by. 6 doctors walked out of her room. She walked up to the doctor, looked the most important, and said, I want to know about my son, Tori Howe. The doctor turned to Leslie and said, I regret to inform you your son received a fatal gunshot wound to the head and he's now brain dead. Leslie had a relative previous years who needed kidney transplant, so she knew a little bit about organ donation. And when she heard that her son was brain dead, she turned to the OPO and said, how do I start the organ donation process for my son? 5 people received organs from Tori. I was blessed enough, fortunate enough, to receive his lungs. Later on, I would write a letter, thank you letter, for the gift I'd been given. I gave it to the hospital, they passed the OPO, and they gave it to the family. I received a letter back from Leslie telling me what kind of kid he was. Just an amazing young man who liked to sing. That's why he was in the church choir practice. Leslie and I became very close. We actually met a year after my transplant. First thing she wanted to do was just lay her hand on my chest so she could feel me take a breath with her son's lungs. And the thing that stood out to her from my thank you letter when I told her how life was post-transplant was that I was doing things like this. I was speaking in high schools, and she knew that her son was still doing good things. I was honored to ride on the Donate Life float at the Rose Parade in 2014. I carried this picture the whole route of the float. I'm a big Rams fan, so I wore all my Rams gear. The picture in the middle, Kodak also wanted to honor organ donation, and they had a float with butterflies with organ donors' pictures on the butterflies. That's his mother decorating his butterfly, his picture. And then if any of you saw the movie 5 Feet Apart, the girl on the right is the star of the movie. She pretended to have CF and pretended to have a double lung transplant in the movie. And then we had the transplant games here in San Diego 2 summers ago, and I was able to play in the transplant games and get a gold medal in badminton. And then the little dog, that's my little Winston, who believes you only live once. Today, I'm going to leave you with this. Back when when I first met the transplant surgeon, we talked statistics of living 5 years post double lung transplant in 2002. They weren't good. They were 32% survival rate. The last thing I said to him was, if you give me 1 good year without CF lungs, I'll be a happy camper. This past December, I celebrated 21 years since my transplant. Thank you. Also, CF, when I was born, was a childhood disease because you didn't live past your teens. And next month, June 13th, I will turn 61 years of age with cystic fibrosis. And thank you for letting me share my story with you tonight.
Thank you again. I was wondering if we could take a photo up quickly, or does that work? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. You want a picture with yours?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
We do have one speaker that wanted to speak to this item, Dr. Arencibia.
Okay.
Michelle Beal.
So anybody who knows me knows that this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. On April 13th, 2011, 13 years ago, I had the privilege of donating a kidney to my mother. While it was an extremely scary process, it's certainly not like Grey's Anatomy. It's not like what you see on TV. It was the most rewarding thing that I've ever done in my entire life. Watching my mom continue to live a healthy life has been absolutely amazing, and both she and I know how fortunate she is to have had a living donor. I know that there's the option of, or there's the possibility of donating after you're gone, which might please some people, but I'm here and I'm able to give that to my mom. Sadly, that's not the case so for everybody, and there are many who are currently on the organ transplant list. And the reality is that for many people waiting on the organ transplant list, that wait can be long and uncertain. There are roughly 4 types of donations: living donation, deceased donation, tissue donation, and pediatric donation. And while many often think of organ donation as a kidney, a liver, or heart, the list goes well beyond that and includes things like lungs, pancreas, intestines, skin, corneas, tendons, bone, nerve, heart valves, and as I was recently made aware by my mom, stem cell. I think that was a hint. The gift of organ donation is beyond just an organ. It's really a chance at a better life for people who need it. As an organ donor, I'd like to encourage anyone who's currently even remotely considering being an organ donor. I would say please, please, please do so. If you know me, you know that there's one thing that I definitely cherish is family and dogs, right? And so while I don't typically disagree with the dog, I do disagree with Winston in this instance, in that you only die once, you live every single day. So why not use that opportunity, if you can, to be a living donor to somebody who needs something? So I want to thank Christy and everybody here who came to share their stories and remind everybody of the importance of organ donation. Thank you.
No further speakers.
No further speakers. Since it's a resolution, we need to vote on it, correct?
No, this was just a presentation.
Presentation,
We
okay.
voted on the resolution.
Okay, okay. Okay, we will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. First and foremost, I had some comments, but I did want to take a moment just to express our condolences and share our condolences with the community of Mar Vista. Recently our community has been visited by tragedy, both with the loss of a student at Mar Vista, as well as with the Assistant Chief Phil Collum with Chula Vista Police Department. So on behalf of the district, just wanted to extend our condolences to everybody involved. And it's important to come together as a community when tragedy strikes, and I've definitely seen evidence of that in our community. So I'm grateful for everybody coming together to support these families. It's very important that we come together during such times. So I just wanted to make a note of that. With that, I'll get into some of the things we've been working on. So lots of highlights. We've been very busy over the course since our last board meeting. We had our district's Teacher of the Year celebration located at Olympian High School. Congratulations to all of our Teachers of the Year, as well as those who are moving on to the county competition, and I'll briefly name them. So it's Jennifer Eckstein from Bonita Vista High School, Christian Vasquez from Castle Park Middle, Liana Dillon from Chula Vista Middle, Julia Anker from Montgomery High, Erin Graves from Montgomery Middle, Rizlin Cruz from Otay Ranch High School, and Yolanda Sherrard also from Otay Ranch High School. So congratulations and best of luck to you who are moving on into the next phase. We also managed to have a groundbreaking over at Olympian High School for a new 2-story classroom building. Thank you, Ms. Quirk, for helping to lead that up. Again, it's a great service that we do in terms of updating our facilities, so thank you for that. Also had an opportunity to attend Castle Park Middle School Spring Fest, as well as a facility subcommittee to go over a draft of the facilities master plan. I think there's a presentation later on around that, and it's exciting to see how we're going to be updating and revising our plan for our facilities. Attended our 2024 School Threat Assessment Conference with Mr. John Chakowski. Thank you, John, for being that strong liaison to public safety, and thank you to our public safety partners for having involved us in that experience. We also participated in an event to help welcome to our district, or to congratulate our very own Keith Ballard, who is a music teacher at Southwest Middle, as he was recognized with the National Teacher Hall of Fame. So congratulations to Mr. Ballard. Last week, we also had a number of us had an opportunity to attend the Coast to Coast Advocacy Conference in Washington, D.C., where we had an opportunity to advocate on behalf of our district and for public education in general on matters such as increased funding for special education, support for more federal supports for cybersecurity at public schools, as well as eliminating some retirement penalties for our teachers. As we all know, we are trying to make sure we have as much ability to recruit and retain some of our teachers. So we want to also thank our congressional delegation, who were very welcoming to us. Of particular note, a thank you to Congressman Juan Vargas for the personalized tour he provides to members of our South Bay community. Thank you to Congressman Vargas. We also delivered the resolution that our board adopted regarding the Tijuana River crisis to leaders in both state and federal governments, and that was well received as well. And last but not least, a number of us also attended the State of the District convened by Dr. Mark Sanchez, Chancellor of the Southwestern Community College, and as a partner as a great partners that we are, he did mention the work we're doing with concurrent enrollment and the work we're doing to bring in early middle college. So before concluding, one note that came to us late in the day, I would like to extend my congratulations to the newly announced Superintendent of the San Diego County Office of Education, Dr. Gloria Cereza. She is someone who is well known to the South Bay. She's a former staff member at Chula Vista Elementary School District. I wish her the best, as we worked on a couple of committees we've had an opportunity to work. And I want to let her know that Sweetwater stands at the ready to be collaborative and a constructive partner with the San Diego County Office of Education. Congratulations to Dr. Cereza. And with that, let's get on with our meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Fantastic. Isaiah, you ready? All right, we'll now get a report from Student Board Representative, Mr. Isaiah Ringfield.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see all your faces. So last week I met with the ASP presidents. It was just a week removed from spring break, so there's not much to report. So to get started, so many of the presidents also said, what? Okay. Spring sports assemblies have been kicked off. Some of them are already done. And now they're getting ready for their last assemblies. So they have like these glow-in-the-dark assemblies as well. We're having them at Chula Vista as well, where you kind of have this black light in the gym. You know, all kinds of. Our theme this year is Alice in the Wonderland. So black lights, Alice in the Wonderland theme. Anyways, many of the presidents also said that there's a feeling of senioritis throughout their ASBs and students. Speaking of senioritis, proms have also kicked off throughout different venues in San Diego. Sadly, at Chula Vista High School, in just an hour of celebrating, it began to rain last Saturday. So prom is kind of ruined, but it's fine. And then AP Appreciation Week was a week ago and celebrated the great work of our assistant principals do, as y'all made gift bags, posters, and different goodies for their APs. Oh my God, I'm going through today. Chula Vista High School is also kicking off Custodian Appreciation Week, celebrating their great work. When I talk about these assemblies, I mean the work the custodians do for our assemblies. I know for a fact that is not in their job description, but they do amazing work. As far as school climate and culture, there's been many new AP hirings. The presidents discussed toxic party culture and like alcoholism and how they can prevent it. They also discussed violent altercations that are not happening on campus, but are actually being translated off campus beyond campus boundaries. Along with the discussion we continue to have over the detriment of vaping on our campuses. Finally, seniors have been celebrating their incredible college acceptances, with presidents saying they have seen an increase in seniors ready to attend college immediately compared to last year. As for me, we have officially reached over 1,000 students pre-registered and registered to vote for our November general election in preparation for November's general election. So go democracy. That's it for me.
Thank you, Isaiah. The board would like to welcome the DEAC President, Eliud Marquez, and DPAC President, Diana Borrego, to present the DEAC report.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Diana Borrego, President of DPAC. Let's see, do you want to come to my? All right, and so I'll start. So, distinguished board members and Dr. Aguirre, thank you for having us. The DPAC and DEAC held joint and regular meetings from January to April 2024. The topics discussed in the these meetings and the recommendations provided by both DPAC and DLAC parent representatives are as follows. The joint meeting for January 2023, the first thing was the DPAC and DLAC reviewed and provided input to the 2023-24 local control accountability, tongue twister there, accountability plan, the LCAP Goal 1, teaching and learning. This is discussed in page 2 and 3, all right? The second, the DPAC and DLAC reviewed district and school performance indicators found on the California Data Dashboard. Additionally, the committees had the opportunity to participate in workshops throughout the month of February to navigate the California dashboard. So that was very informative, very helpful as a parent. So moving on to February 2023, DPAC and DLAC provided additional input to the 2023-24 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP Goal 1, Teaching and Learning. The DPAC reviewed and provided input to the 2023-2024 Title I Plan and Budget and School Plan for Student Achievement. SEPSA, helping parents understand the evaluation process and approval of funds that supplement interventions and supports for students at risk. Title I funds can be used to improve curriculum, instructional activities, counseling, parental involvement, staff development, and program improvement to help students close the achievement gap. This is also discussed on page 4. So I will move on and pass the microphone to the DLAC president, Ms. Marquez.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. Good afternoon. Voy a presentar en español todavía.
Está bien.
Lo siento. Como punto 3 de las juntas ordinarias del mes de febrero, el DLAC revisó y proporcionó recomendaciones al plan maestro para el alumno en vías de aprender inglés ELMP, notificaciones anuales y plan del título 3 que están destinados a proporcionar apoyos y fondos para ayudar a los estudiantes inmigrantes a cumplir con el mismo nivel de grado desafiante y los mismos estándares de graduación que los estudiantes convencionales.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting in Spanish. The DLAC reviewed and provided input on the SUHSD English Learners Master Plan, annual notifications sent to parents notifying of their students' EL placement, as well as the Title III plan, which are meant to provide support and funding to help EL immigrant students meet the same challenging grade level and graduation standards as mainstream students. Page 5.
La Junta Combinada del mes de marzo de 2024. Como punto 1, el DPAC y el DLAC revisaron y proporcionaron información sobre el presupuesto del Plan de Rendición de Cuentas de Control Local LCAP de 2023-2024 y el presupuesto proyectado para 2024-2025, así como las iniciativas en el marco del Objetivo 2 del Plan de Rendición de Cuentas del Control Local LCAP 2023-2024. Entornos de aprendizaje seguros y saludables que tienen como objetivo construir culturas y climas culturales de aprendizajes positivos. La encontrarán en la página 7 y 8.
So for the March 2024 joint meeting, the DPAC and DLAC reviewed and provided input on the 2023-2024 Local Control Accountability Plan budget and the 2024-2025 projected budget, as well as the initiatives under the 2023-2024 Local Control Accountability Plan, Goal 2, safe and healthy learning environments, which aim at building positive learning, school culture and climate, as seen on page 6 and 7.
En punto número 2, presentaciones y grabaciones de las juntas de DPAC y DLAC están disponibles a través de la página de participación para padres de familia del distrito y ahí está el link en donde se pueden encontrar en la página web.
Number 2, all DPAC and DLAC presentations and meeting recordings are accessible through the website.
Como comentario, de presidenta DEAC, me gustaría decir que revisando las metas de LCAP, todas parecen prometedoras, alentadoras, parecen haber sido creadas para fomentar el éxito de los estudiantes.
As president, I just would like to say that the LCAP goals seem very promising and that they seem to be for the betterment of the students.
Sin embargo, cuando nosotros podemos revisar las estadísticas en el dashboard, nos damos cuenta que la realidad es otra.
However, when we go through the dashboard and we check, we see that the reality is different.
En el año 2023, 2022-2023 se graduaron aproximadamente 6,924 alumnos.
For the 2022-2023 school year, approximately 6,924 students graduated,
de los cuales solo el 41.3% son capaces de aplicar para una universidad o están capacitados en una carrera técnica.
out of which only 41.3%, which is 2,859 students, are college ready or are ready to enter the workforce.
El 58.8% de los restantes alumnos, que son 4,071 jóvenes, no están capacitados para aplicar a una universidad o para estar capacitados para una carrera técnica.
The remainder of the students, which is 58.8%, which is 4,071 students, are not ready to enter college or have a technical degree or are able to enter the workforce.
De los Meta LCAP también dice que ellos están enfocados en ayudar a los alumnos sin hogar y a los alumnos fosters.
The LCAP goal also says that they are ready to help foster youth and homeless youth,
En lo cual también está demasiado bajo los alumnos que lograron este propósito. De 26 foster alumnos, solamente 2 están preparados para carreras o para las universidades.
Those numbers are also very low. Out of 26 foster students, only 2 are ready, are college ready.
De los homeless students fueron 197 y de los cuales solo 29 estuvieron preparados.
For the homeless students, it was 197 and only 29 were ready.
168 de ellos no están preparados.
168 of them are not ready.
De los English learners, de 1,689, solo 240 estuvieron preparados.
For the English learners, out of 1,689, only 240 were ready.
Más del 70% de estos alumnos no estuvieron preparados.
More than 70% of these students were not ready.
Mi comentario es, me preocupa que no se estén logrando las metas, porque si recuerdan, mencioné que el 58.8% no está preparado. No sé qué es lo que deberíamos hacer entonces para que las metas se cumplan, porque estoy muy preocupada acerca de estos 4,071 alumnos del año pasado. En este año pienso que van a ser más.
So my comment is that the goal is not being met. We have 58.8% of students that are not ready, 4,071. So my concern is that the goal is not being met.
I think she said that it was going to be worse this year
Yes.
than last year. I think that's
Yes,
what she was.
I apologize, yes, she did say that.
Thank you. Se me olvidó.
Puedo decir, me gustaría responder. Yo creo que las cosas que está subrayando y poniendo en bold y en itálica, yo creo que nosotros estamos súper preocupados de lo mismo. Y nosotros estamos en el periodo de tratar de tomar acción en arreglar esas cosas. También tenemos que pensar que la realidad es que nunca van a llegar a ser 60% de nuestros estudiantes listos para admitirse a una escuela de 4 años siempre. Nunca eso va a pasar. La idea es que los 50-60% que no están listos para ir pueden tener la oportunidad de ir a la escuela donde yo enseño, que es un community college, y tienen la habilidad de entrar a un college, ¿verdad? Por lo segundo, también yo creo que tenemos que darnos cuenta, y perdón, I'm sorry, I'm actually, es que me estoy entregando a la pregunta, y estamos haciendo una lista de preocupaciones, ¿verdad? Y tenemos que verlo bajo los lentes de que también estamos saliendo nosotros de una pandemia, ¿verdad? Donde muchos estudiantes tuvieron bastante dificultad a acercarse al nivel escolar donde tenían que estar. Entonces, esas preguntas que estás haciendo son súper buenas, y yo creo que nosotros no estamos tomándolo en cuenta y sabemos que tenemos mucho que hacer para lograrlo.
Gracias, Dr. Arancibia. And let me just translate briefly for those who may not speak Spanish, and then I also want to add my little 2 cents in Spanish. So, first of all, thank you for these questions. These questions are exactly on point, and they're the questions that we are looking at really closely because we're concerned about some of these matters as well. But it's also important to keep in mind the context where we're coming out of this pandemic, where there's different challenges to learning that happened. So I think that's important that's one of the things that Board President mentioned. Now I'm going to translate, go to switch my hat, put it in Spanish. Señor Márquez, muchas gracias por esas preguntas. Esas son las problemáticas que nosotros nos preocupan, son las problemáticas que hemos estado enfocados. Por eso es que tenemos, por ejemplo, estos enlaces con el colegio y la comunidad. Estamos reforzando nuestras escuelas de adulto para que sirva como un enlace para una opción. Pero a fin de cuentas, no hay una respuesta, una varita mágica, no existe una sola respuesta. Aquí la respuesta va a ser todos con equipo, los maestros, los consejeros, los directores, los padres. Entonces, las respuestas para estas problemáticas tan difíciles en realidad van a ser temas que tenemos que abordar juntos como equipo para apoyar a todos nuestros estudiantes. I'll briefly switch hats. So just thank you for bringing these matters, Superintendent. These are the questions that trouble us, the concerns we're looking at. That's why we're looking at stronger partnerships with our community colleges, with our adult schools, because there's not going to be one simple solution that we have a magic wand and we can respond to. Rather, it's going to be all of us working together as educators, as administrators, as counselors, our principals, our facilities people, everybody working together jointly with parents to be able to address these issues, because the context that we're working out of is really complicated. But thank you for bringing these concerns.
No, normalmente yo no respondo a esto, te dejo a usted hablar, pero quería and I'm saying this in English and Spanish, and when I want to, go back, I'm going to get all confused. I'm already disheveled enough as it is. I want instruction in the district to reflect those needs. And I want us, as active members of instructions, to reflect those needs. But I also want us to be able to understand. I mean, one of the things we don't understand, about 35 to 40% of students go to four-year college. Then we have about 20 to 25% that go to community college. And then we have another 30% that go to trade schools, or they find some other jobs, right? But we need to have those long conversations. We need to have those, and I really believe that we need to be more dynamic as a district when it comes to providing these opportunities. And then I heard my mom, I talked to my mom this week, and I think she said it really clearly. Those that have the capacity to go to private school, right? And then they get placed into a four-year college, and they're fine. Those that don't have or aren't able to get support in education. But those of us in the middle class, if we don't have a chance to be able to accelerate our students and to give them a chance to achieve in what they want, our students will end up becoming disheartened and will not want to come to our classes. And we have to be dynamic in how we're offering that in students. And I think that's, al regresar, yo creo que lo que usted está diciendo es son esas mismas cosas, pero yo creo que así tenemos que ver cómo arreglarlo. Y yo, créeme tú, que nosotros estamos investigando eso también.
Sí, porque otra de las cosas que me preocupan es que yo pensaba que Castle Park y Bonita Vista tenían el programa de bachillerato internacional y ya lo perdimos, ya no tenemos ni una escuela con ese sello.
No, no es cierto. Tenemos bachillerato internacional en ambas escuelas. Mi hija está matriculada en estos programas. Okay.
Y ya no aparece.
I'm sorry, I am trying, but.
Sorry.
No, so there.
Did you want to say something too?
The issue was the international.
We got it, okay. Le agradecemos.
All right.
Le agradecemos, ¿ah?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. I already got it. You got it?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, for everyone, of course. ¿Me puede repetir lo que es que fue diciendo? Bonita Vista doesn't have the International Baccalaureate anymore, and Castle Park either, so.
Yeah, they're still there.
That's a concern.
I wanted to piggyback not only on what Ms. Marquez said, but also I liked how you framed it, that we have to be dynamic or reflect. And I think I'm sure you've already taken a glance, if not, I lost the word.
Speak closer because the translators.
A reoccurring theme that came in these meetings.
Yeah.
One is the communication, knowledge is power, getting that communication to parents and students alike and teachers alike. Another one was supporting teachers because, they're not magicians, they don't have that wand. They're close to it, but you got to support them as well. And I think having more support in the classrooms for the teachers will also help this initiative and this goal. And also diversifying. Representation is important.
Yep.
Self-esteem, this is more of a psychosocial perspective now. You gotta visualize it, you gotta be able to dream. You have to be in a safe space to say, I'm allowed to dream that. If you don't have instructors that cannot relate or you can't relate to, that also makes a difference in self-esteem as a student academically, So I think diversifying staff, the school, representation, support for teachers, they deserve it, they need it, and also getting information out as fast as possible, and even if it's repetitive, just kind of inundate people with it, because knowledge is power. So I think those three, I would be happy with that, Okay.
Can I make a comment? Okay. ¿Quiere traducir primero?
I'm listening.
Okay. I don't know if you know, I've just retired. I was a classroom teacher for 35 years. And yes, diversity, having the students see themselves with teachers, we can't find them. They're not there.
So that percentage, that doesn't get to the college,
Yeah.
That's where they're getting lost.
And I've had African Americans in my classroom, and when I had an African American substitute, it was amazing. These kids are like, I could really be a teacher. What have I been telling you? And yes, it's important. Support in the classroom, oh gosh, there's never enough support. So any other extra is well appreciated by anybody that's in the classroom. These are just things that could help, but don't guarantee it though. They still don't guarantee success for all.
But it covers a little more percentage.
Yes, it
And then
does.
we can, move
I
from there
agree.
and see what else we can add
I agree.
with the new innovative thinkers that have gone on.
Yes.
To bring in their experience and their knowledge as well.
Thank you so much. And again, I really thank you for starting the conversation. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Le agradezco por empezar esta conversación. Yo creo que vamos a continuar.
Sí, quería decir una última cosa. Como apoyo a los maestros, también me gustaría que se compraran los planes de estudio para ellos y para los suplentes, porque cuando
As support for teachers, I would like the plans for the teachers to be purchased, and also for the substitute teachers.
cuando un suplente va a la escuela porque no han contratado aún un maestro o porque faltó. Los suplentes no saben qué es lo que deben de aprender los alumnos, solamente les dan algunas hojas como para entretenerlos, pero no es un plan de estudios.
So it's not, so when the substitutes are teaching, they just give them some worksheets so they can present to the students, and they're not really, it's not really a study plan. So that's my concern, is the study plans for substitutes and also for the teachers.
Bueno, es todo, solo me gustaría que ellos contaran con un plan de estudios para no perder tiempo. Mi hijo lleva perdidos ya 4 meses porque no había maestro y porque no tenían un plan de estudios. Y eso no solo fue mi hijo, sino los demás alumnos que perdieron este maestro, que fueron alrededor de 100, porque me comentan que eran 5 clases.
So my son lost about 4 months of schooling because of this, and it's not just my son, it was like 100 students, so I would like some action to be taken for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por todo su tiempo y su paciencia y por escucharme y por responderme. Eso realmente lo aprecio, no solo que hable yo, sino que ustedes me respondan. Lo agradezco mucho. Gracias.
Thank you for your time, your patience, and for your answers. I appreciate the fact that you answer my questions. Thank you.
Do I move to D1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. D1, conduct a public hearing on the fee justification report and the proposed statutory level 1 fees and receive any oral or written comments. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
The public hearing then I guess is closed. D2, conduct a public hearing for the public to respond to the Sweetwater Union High School District's initial proposal to the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association, CTA, NEA, SCGA, the exclusive representative of the Counselor Bargaining Unit, and approve the initial proposal from the district to SCGA. I will now open the hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
The public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve the item D2?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the Superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
Michelle Beal?
Good evening, Michelle Beal, SCGA President. SCGA has worked tirelessly to communicate and collaborate with the district in the hopes of establishing a positive working relationship that supports and respects the work we do as counselors and provides improved services for our students. Although we haven't always seen eye to eye, we always find a compromise. It's unfortunate that in recent months the district's position has changed, including Dr. Aguirre's decision to no longer engage in monthly meetings with SCGA. A courtesy extends to all other associations. Given that, I would like to share some issues of relevance for SCGA. Timely compensation. This past year, both President Ugarte and myself have shared our frustrations with employees not being timely paid for work completed. With the assistance of some of the board members, the problem seemed to have been resolved, yet we find ourselves back in that same situation. Counselors have reported waiting over 7 months to be paid for work completed or have been incorrectly paid for work completed with their sites unwilling to correct the errors. This is simply unacceptable. Employees should be timely and appropriately paid. Foster and homeless youth drop in graduation rates. In January 2022, the district made the decision to eliminate the position of COSA for foster and homeless youth. SCGA and Mr. Tarantino, a former counselor, advocated to keep the position as we recognize the importance. The same year, The district celebrated the largest gains in foster youth graduation rates, yet they still eliminated the position. 2 years later, the district now has a working group to address the declining graduation rate of foster and homeless youth. What is the district's solution to regain the number of graduates that we saw under our COSA? Apex. Last year, the board chose to move forward with the decision to close the 3 remaining learning centers and instead offer Apex during the school day as an alternative. A year later, and counselors at some sites have already found Apex to be extremely unsuccessful. Even more concerning is that what we are hearing from our students that they are leaving our district and going to charter schools that are offering models similar to that of the Learning Center. What, if anything, will the district be doing to provide our students with programs comparable to that of our neighboring charter schools? We also have concerns regarding the college readiness of our students. Some of the things on the dashboard don't seem to be adding up. We have some columns in math and in English that are red, but then we have the readiness in green, so it doesn't seem to add up. The extension of the counselor duty day. SCGA was asked by their members if they were required to attend faculty meetings because unlike SCA, our contract made no mention in practice, and the practice was inconsistent throughout the district. We reviewed the contract, consulted with staff, and we found no mention of faculty meetings in our contract. We met with labor relations and we shared the importance of attending meetings to collaborate with our colleagues and requested that counselors who were asked to extend their duty day be awarded exchange time or allowed to flex their day as provided in the contract. The district did not respond, and instead, Dr. Aguirre, you sent communication to all principals directing them to cease inviting counselors to the faculty meetings, and you mischaracterized our ask of compensation in pay when we asked for exchange time. We're happy to go to the faculty meetings. We'd just like to make sure that because it is not consistent, that our members are at least offered flex time or allowed to flex their day for that day. SCGO hopes that by bringing these matters to your attention, we can find solutions that will benefit our students while respecting our role as counselors and employees. Thank you.
Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Arancibia, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. Last June, SEA Vice President Harris and myself attended the California Labor Management Initiative with SUHSD leadership and Trustee Lopez Cepeda. The mission of CALME is to engage school system unions and management as collaborative partners in creating, resourcing, and implementing solutions, resulting in a strong public education system that serves every student in California. My takeaway, we can disagree, but have productive conflict. It has been in that spirit that SEA has interacted with the district on a weekly, if not daily basis. Collaborative leadership is one of the pillars of community schools. It can be the easiest pillar to implement because it has no cost. It is one that I firmly believe in, but I know that we struggle with because it does take a mindset that not all possess. Collaboration is not just when one party is cooperative or collaborative. It takes effort on both parts. Simply forgetting to collaborate is unacceptable. It does harm that must be repaired and restored. I am respectful in my communication with others, even when I'm passionate. My communication to you and about you has been no different. I ask that the association be given the collaborative lens of respect as well. Do not include reference to association documents and communications that we have not reviewed. Do not use language that implies or directly states that SEA is in agreement unless we have actually agreed. Communicate to principals, assistant principals, and district administrators that they work collaboratively with SEA and follow the same protocols in their reference to the association. Hold them accountable when they use union-busting language, either spoken or in writing. It's just not necessary. SEA cannot be the only one acting in good faith and with respect in this collaboration. Moving forward, please be mindful of the communication and actions, and are they demonstrating collaboration? If we truly want community schools to work in this district, they have to be. Thank you.
Steve Farina.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Dr. Aguirre.
I'm Steve Farina, the OTBS president. I would like to recognize the payroll department staff for their efforts in completing the retroactive pay in such a small window of time to meet the deadline of March 31st in lieu of May 30th. I want to thank the district for collaborating with us in creating a MOU for short-term support, which afforded us additional help within the payroll department to meet this ambitious timeline. These members only had 1 month to do all the calculations and entries into the payroll system to meet the March payroll deadline. I would like to give a shout out to the following members: Myra Ruvalcaba, Monica Mariscal, Denise Balvaneda, Irene Casas, Rosella Montes de Oca, Nancy Vasquez, Monica Diaz, Erica Navarro, and Lydia Hernandez. This group went above and beyond, working late and on weekends to ensure our Sweetwater staff would receive the retro pay on the March paycheck as requested by the district. I would also like to thank the payroll manager, Vanessa Garcia, for her communication and support for her staff in getting this monumental task completed in such a short time frame. I, along with fellow Sweetwater staff throughout the district, appreciate the payroll department's dedication and commitment to this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. That's important. Clap.
No further speakers.
Clerk of the board, would you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F7 by the public, F10 by the public, G2 by Mr. Segura, G9 by the public, H9 by staff, L3 has been withdrawn by staff, M1 by staff and the public, N7 by the public, and resolutions Q2, Q3, and Q4 by Mr. Segura.
Fantastic. Do you have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
So we move on to F3.
Yes.
That's us.
Thank you, President Adansi. This is where the board requests for information, policy direction to staff, and board communication on any updates the board may have.
Okay, I will go. Good evening, everyone. It didn't feel like I was that busy, but I guess I was. It was so much fun. I attended the Teacher of the Year recognition at Olympian. I went to the groundbreaking at Olympian. I was there for the National Teacher Hall of Fame for Mr. Keith Ballard. That was so memorable. I attended the facilities meeting and also participated on the Coast to Coast advocacy in Washington, D.C. this past week, where we focused our advocacy on funding for special education, retaining and recruiting teachers, expanding the broadband access, cybersecurity, and most important for people like me and everyone else here, repealing the Social Security docking that we get because we have a STRS or a pension. We do not qualify for Social Security, even though I've worked and paid into it. Or if my husband passes away, I cannot collect his survival benefits. So it was a very good trip. Our Congressman Juan Vargas, we met with his chief of staff because he was busy for voting, and we have him sponsoring and supporting all of our asks, which is wonderful. So I was really, really pleased. So with that, I'll pass it on.
I know Mr. Ringfield mentioned our voter registration drive, and it's been wonderful. It's kind of exceeded our expectations. I think we're closing in on 1,200 now, but we'll have more information. We're now down to 3 high schools left. We've visited all of the adult schools, all 4, and all but 3 high schools. This week on Thursday, we will be covering the lunch hour at San Ysidro High School and recruiting as many young voters as we can. Then the following week, it's Castle Park High School. We're looking forward to that. And then May 2nd, winding up this spring effort to register as many young people as we can, will be at the Sweetwater High School, the namesake for the district. That's May 2nd. And so I would hope that anybody who's watching this meeting, or you know of young people who are in high school or college are not registered, or adults who aren't registered, we're here. It's a free opportunity to get registered during this very, very important election year. And then just a little peek, kind of a teaser here. This week we begin discussions with the administration here about launching CPR AED training for the entire school district and inviting the community. We want all of our young people, all of the people on staff, to be trained up as lifesavers, able to save a life, hands only. And we've got a terrific expert, along with our in-house experts. Her name is, I hope that people won't, everybody does, but her last name is O'Connor, Maureen O'Connor. Not to be confused with the old mayor of San Diego. Maureen is actually a longtime paramedic. She runs the Project Heartbeat here in the county, and our aim is to help everybody be prepared in case of an emergency. Also, state law is changing, and we'll have to have more AEDs, automated exterior defibrillators, in our buildings, so that they're within a 3-minute dash of wherever an emergency is, and have an opportunity to save lives. So with that, back to you, Superintendent Aguirre.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know that that's also true with our, where we have athletic sports happening. I could say I was also at the Teacher of the Year ceremony, and it was really great. They did a really good job with that. That was a lot of work, and I appreciated seeing a number of the community members here and teachers and administrators that were there to support, and the families there to celebrate. It was a really good event. Also attended the Olympian groundbreaking for the new educational building and classroom building, and I forgot the exact number of classrooms. I think it was 2, at least 2 maybe, that were going to be for, no, it's 2-story, but 2 of the classrooms or 4 of the classrooms were going to be for the sports medicine, 2-ish, somewhere around there. Anyway, that's great. And that's such a great program that we've had, and I would hope that, I think the plans, there's plans in action, or the wheels are in motion to possibly use that when we look at the next Golden Bell Award. It'd be a great one to move forward on. There's a lot. When I tell people about that, they're amazed by it. I went to some physical therapy recently, and I was talking to the physical therapist, and one of them was from our area, and she hadn't heard about it, and I go, well. And she'd graduated a few years back, and some of the other ones hadn't heard, but they all said, if I would have known that was there, I would have definitely taken that pathway. So that's such an in-demand career. Went to the Castle Park Spring Fest, where they keep rock and roll alive. You got to go to their Spring Fest. They have these rock bands that are just incredible. They got the long hair and everything. They just they sound good. It's really cool to see that. And then there's the mariachi dancers, and the music was phenomenal. And we also had some really nice projects in the library. One of them was how to rid Earth of plastics. So they have big scopes over there. They dream big over there, and all the reasons why. And it was really well done on boards, and knowing your Fourth Amendment. And I thought that was very important as well. Attended the Adult Ed Career and Resource Fair at Montgomery. Saw Dr. Marquand. I put a D on there. Not that I wouldn't butcher it anyways. And all the APs from the other campuses. I saw Erica there, and it was good to catch up with her. and told her that I was in my 10th year at Sweetwater, and we both almost fell over. But I'm still here. Then actually went to Southwestern College, State of the District. That was really well done. I sat with Dr. Getty, and they did highlight, Dr. Sanchez did highlight in his discussion about our partnerships with dual enrollment and expanding the expansion of that and many other things that they're doing there. They really have it going on there and moving that school in a good direction. And then they have the new university initiative. We want a university, a UC university in Chula Vista, right? It's straight up what we want. But in the meantime, they're creating partnerships with, he announced one with ASU. He has another one that I can't announce yet that he's working on, to give our students an opportunity to go to, if they want to go through that pathway and go to a four-year university. I think it was in the medical field, possibly nursing, that was going to be attainable, at Southwestern College. So how beautiful is that? Because not everybody can afford it. I'm paying for a daughter at UC Santa Barbara, and it just does not get any cheaper. Every month you think you get a discount, but you don't. And so Dr. Mark Sanchez, he did a great job, and our very own the board president of Southwestern College is one of our great educators, Don Dumas. He does a really fine job there, and he's a very proud man, and I learned a lot from him. And then I think that's all for me. And I'll just say that, after our last board meeting, I thought it was a great idea if I applied for the District 4 of Chula Vista to fill that spot. So I talked to a bunch of people, and I had a lot of encouragement. And the timing was really weird because I was going on a 2-week European trip, which I loved. We went to Morocco and to Spain, a couple cities in Spain. It was just beautiful, beautiful people in Morocco. Spain too, but the people in Morocco were just very genuine people, hardworking people. It's very similar climate to us, Mediterranean climate, but it is Mediterranean. It's the real deal there. But just beautiful, just really had a great time. And, these thousands and thousands of years of history right there, as you can just see, it's amazing. But anyway, so that was going on while I was there. So I actually had to file a 700 form, and we're literally leaving the Sahara Desert, and I'm on my phone filing my 700. So they have great internet there. Anywhere you go in the Sahara Desert, like you can send like that. Like we're here, I probably can't even message you in the next 5 minutes. So that was going down, and then they had to interview, and I did the interview, and you always know when you put yourself out there in the public, there's no guarantee you're going to get anything, even if you have a lot of people supporting you, because things happen, and it didn't go my way, but that's okay. I met, in the back while we're waiting for the interview, I met Rachel Mornow. Very, very nice lady. We chatted the whole time I was in the back, and she's really, she's going to do a phenomenal job, so I'm very glad that it wasn't me that she was selected. My wife, on the other hand, because you take public beatings, even though when you didn't really, just because, I guess, and I've learned that, that's actually sound like it was almost like an old Sweetwater School District Board meeting happened right there at City Hall, right? It's just like wow. My wife did not appreciate that at all. She was very upset, and I'm just like, she goes, "That's because you're just a nice guy." And I'm like, well, yeah, that's just kind of who I am, but I process things differently, and then going forward, I told all my friends and colleagues that if I ever say, "Hey, I'm going to apply for this," and it's going to be that much time, they're going to say, "Are you crazy? You're supposed to be playing more golf and doing other things than more work." So I'm putting that out there for anybody sees me try to do anything like that going forward.
And what I was going to say is that we get lucky because we get you for about another 4 or 5 months. And
thank you, sir.
That's the most important thing. For us, it's the most important thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Now I'm going to just... Oh, sorry. Arturo, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Arancibia. Thank you, Nick, for not getting that position and staying with us. But thank you for being wanting to help the city of Chula Vista.
Thank you.
So I attended It Takes a Village event at San Diego State University, where they help support first generation and second generation college students and their families. And they will be having workshops in May for like financial aid and just different things. So as soon as I get when those dates are and what the actual topics are going to be, I'll hand them over to Dr. Aguirre so he can pass them out. I saw a couple of our students from Montgomery and from Hilltop, so that was pretty cool. It was nice to see them there and their families. And I also attended the inaugural National City Middle Academic Celebration Night last Thursday, where students presented their work, what they liked, what they didn't like, and how they can improve. And the students that I listened to were very dynamic, and it felt good. Middle schoolers, like talking about what they were learning, and so it was really, really nice. So a big thank you to Mr. Vargas, the principal at National, and Professor for San Diego State, Professor Wendy Ochoa, for her leadership and what she does there. So, thank you.
Man, we had a long one, this one. But I'm going to just say, like, I want to just bring up a couple of things. For me, I went to the Teachers, Year Awards. Know that you're loved and appreciated, every single one of you, your leaders in the district. We went to the CSBA Coast to Coast Conference. That was just a whole different level of thinking that I had to do, and I was just not prepared for it, or just not used to lobbying as an effort. And you know what? I did want to mention this one small thing. My eldest, went to New York City as part of her choir, and for me, that's one of the greatest experiences they've ever experienced, because going to New York, performing in the show choir, and then getting to get trained by folks that are in Broadway as part of this tour, going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, being in Greenwich Village, those are things, seeing the Statue of Liberty, going up to the Empire State Building. I want to bring it back and let you all know that when you do that as a student, it really changes lives. And I think every student in our district should have that opportunity. And I know funding-wise, it's not always easy or possible, but I think we need, as a district, to redouble our efforts to assure that students that do want to make that have a chance to. Because I noticed the perspective of my kid completely changed after that. So that was all I wanted to say about that. And with that, I think we're going to move on to the next item. I think it's F7.
Thank you for that, Dr. Arancibia. On this item, it's the initial proposal for the 2024 successor bargaining from SCGA. I'll ask Ms. Carbucha to see if she can introduce it, and then I believe I don't know if there might be comments.
We have a speaker.
Okay. Ms. Carbucha.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. We are kicking off successor season. This month you have the sunshine that you just approved, thank you, at D2, and the initial proposal from SCGA. Next month you will have the initial proposals that we will sunshine, and union initial proposals from all of the remaining associations. Tonight's action is not to approve the proposal by SCGA, as next month's will not be to approve any other association. There to acknowledge and receive, as is required under the Sunshine Codes.
We have one speaker. Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Ringfield. This message is on behalf of the SCGA bargaining team, and I am part of that bargaining team, and I'm also Vice President of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. The Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association is dedicated to providing comprehensive counseling services to all students in the Sweetwater Union High School District. These services include, but are not limited to, academic, career, and social-emotional development for students in comprehensive alternative education and adult school, as outlined in the district's LCAP plan. SCGA supports all students graduating and ensuring that they are well prepared for college and career. We'd like to be part of that work in terms of addressing the issues that the president of DEAC had brought up tonight. SCGA members respond to students in crisis and addresses their mental health needs, conflict resolution support, and triage victims of bullying which we're all very aware impacts success of students in the classrooms. SCGA members strive to ensure each student in provided in a safe and inclusive learning environment. SCGA is committed to mutually and collaboratively continuing to exchange ideas, options, and proposals that maintain the highest standards of educational excellence for our students while respecting the profession of school counseling. We're looking forward to a productive negotiations that truly is in the spirit of collaboration and mutual respect. Thank you.
No further speakers.
I'll make a motion to receive the 2024 Sunshine Reopener proposal.
Second.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I believe we're now on item F10.
Yes, I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
During the 23-24 bargaining cycle, the SCGA bargaining team felt it not only important but necessary to negotiate both maternity leave and paternity leave for our members. The bargaining team felt it was time for the district to align with laws currently in place regarding maternity leave, and more importantly, we felt it was important to help ease the burden from our members. While we were able to secure some maternity leave and paternity leave for our members, SCGA bargaining team believes there's still work to be done. The SCGA bargaining team is pleased to see that the other associations will be able to incorporate this language into their collective bargaining agreements so that their members too will have access to maternity leave and paternity leave when needed. The SCGA bargaining team hopes that through collaboration with other associations, we continue to get together to work to further improve this language and make it something that is equitable, as we know that women are the ones who majority of the time take the burden of this in time off, which later does affect their retirement. So we are hoping that we can continue the work that we started. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Move to approve?
Yes.
Second.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arancibia?
Which, I'm sorry, Superintendent?
F10?
Medina?
The recommendation is to approve extending maternal and parental leave to the other associations in a Me Too motion.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. There was two things going on. I
That's
wanted
okay.
to clarify. I apologize.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item G2.
Thank you, President Arancibia. This item is an agreement with La Maestra Community Health Center. For this item, it is being brought forward by Dr. Alvarez. Dr. Alvarez, could you please introduce the item?
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, Dr. Arancibia, board members, and the public. So this item is one that we have brought forward almost every year, and it's to provide students in our health career administrative pathways the ability to have some job shadows, internships with professionals at La Maestra Center.
This was pulled by Mr. Segura.
Yeah, so I had pulled it, and I just wanted to, I just think it's a great opportunity, and I'm glad we're continuing to do this for the students. You know, there's so many jobs available in the healthcare administrative services sector that it's just I'm just very supportive of this. And working with this particular community health center. That's it. I'll make a motion.
Second. And if I may, when I was on the San Diego City Council and representing communities throughout the mid-city area, we worked very closely with La Maestra in City Heights. And their outreach is phenomenal. And it's community people reaching out and helping other community people in an area where 60 languages are spoken. It's sort of the composite of all of these immigrants who've come here looking for better lives, and La Maestra has done a tremendous job.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item G9.
Yes, I have one speaker, Eliuth Marquez.
Hola nuevamente. Mi propósito es apelar a la resolución de la queja de Williams.
So I'm trying to, my purpose is to appeal to William's complaint.
La queja fue que los baños los cierran durante nutrition break y lunch time.
The complaint is that the bathrooms are closed during nutrition break and lunchtime.
Quiero aclarar que no todos, pero de acuerdo al Código de Educación, la sección 3529.2.5,
I want to clarify that it's not all of them, but according to Ed Code Section 35292.5,
inciso A, B y C, dice que
subsection A, B, and C, it states,
ningún baño podrá cerrarse mientras que los alumnos no estén en clases.
bathrooms will not remain closed unless the students are in class.
Se podrá cerrar un solo baño por cuestión de seguridad,
You are only allowed to close one bathroom for security reasons
o mantenimiento,
or maintenance,
cosa que no están haciendo. Ellos cierran alrededor de 8 baños.
and that's not happening. They close about 8 bathrooms.
Sobre el otro punto es que hay unos baños que llaman 600.
There's bathrooms that they call the 600 bathrooms.
Estos baños para niñas o mujeres tienen las puertas demasiado cortas. No hay suficiencia en la parte superior ni en la parte inferior.
These bathrooms are for female students or for females, and the doors are too short, and they're short on top and they're short on bottom, so they don't offer enough coverage for the stalls.
Se les ha ofrecido a la escuela soluciones. Una de ellas fue que asignaran nuevamente los baños que están a un lado de la biblioteca para los alumnos que realmente fueron creados con ese propósito, para alumnos.
There were some options given to the school, including reassigning the bathrooms that are next to the library because they were originally intended for students.
El otro punto, falta de los maestros. Como mencioné anteriormente, no se cuenta con los currículos. Mi hijo y otros estudiantes llevan perdidos 4 meses en los que solo se les han dado hojas de trabajo.
The other point I have is the lack of teachers, and as I mentioned earlier, the teachers aren't given a curriculum. They, as I mentioned earlier, my son has lost 4 months of schooling because of this.
Entonces, mis propuestas fueron para la escuela. En cuanto al que no cerraran los baños, se les dio la solución de que los padres podríamos ayudarlos porque ellos dicen que se cierran los baños por falta de personal, por seguridad. Según ellos, no pueden dejar los baños desatendidos.
So a solution was offered to the school where, because they say they cannot leave the bathrooms open because they don't have staffing to cover the bathrooms. There was a solution that was offered for that.
Para los baños 600, un padre me comentó que en años anteriores él propuso la solución de instalar gratis nuevas puertas suficientes para esos baños, pero también la han rechazado.
So I was told by a parent that for the 600 building bathrooms that he offered to install doors for the stalls free of charge, but that offer was not accepted.
En estos baños 600 me dieron como respuesta que están bien. Si la escuela piensa que están bien, ¿por qué no nuevamente, como les comenté anteriormente, reasignan los baños a un lado de la biblioteca que los están usando adultos para los alumnos y ellos que se queden con los 600 ya que ellos dicen que para ellos están bien?
So when the school is asked, they're saying that the bathrooms are fine. So my question is, why can't the bathrooms that are next to the library be assigned for the students, and then the bathrooms in the library that are being used by the staff, why isn't that switched to the 600 building? So because they say that the bathrooms are fine, so let the staff use the 600 building bathrooms and let the students use the bathrooms that are next to the library.
como último punto, vuelvo, perdón que me esté revolviendo tanto, pero quiero hacerlo lo más corto posible. Como el punto 3 que les hablé acerca de que no tienen los maestros el currículum, la escuela tampoco está cumpliendo con informarnos a los padres. Han enviado 2 emails.
So I'm sorry I'm going back and forth, but I'm going back to the curriculum for the teachers. The school sent out 2 emails.
Uno solo decía carta importante, no lo pude abrir de ninguna manera en mi celular.
One just said important letter, and I couldn't have access to it. I couldn't open it on my cell phone. There was no way I could open it.
Un segundo fue que decía información de 40 días, que lleva un enlace de un documento Word que tampoco se puede abrir desde un celular.
So the other one was of a 40-day notice for something, and it also had a link to a document that I could not access, I could not open.
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you, that's all.
No further speakers.
Could we get a report on this, about the bathroom situation?
So yeah, so actually, if I may, Board President Arancibia, I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to provide kind of, this isn't a procedural process because it has to do with the Williams litigation settlement. So it's actually part of a procedure that this is the next phase of that. So I'll ask for Dr. Alvarez to share with us kind of where it stands in terms of process and what's currently the status. Dr. Alvarez?
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. So there was an original complaint that was filed in August. In August, we responded and the items were found to be resolved. A subsequent complaint was filed for 2 areas. One was teacher vacancy. There was a teacher vacancy in biotechnology. The site, in conjunction with the district, had been posting the position and looking for teachers that could teach the biotechnology throughout the semester. Finally, with the consent of SEA and the support of SEA, we were able to move some teachers around to take on a 1/6 for a course so that the biotech portions would be filled. So that vacancy was addressed. The second issue was the school closing because of safety and supervision reasons, bathrooms during designated times. If you have ever been on the campus of Sweetwater High School, it is one of the most difficult campuses to supervise because of the topography, the layout, and also the actual structures of the 3-story building, and having sufficient certificated staff to supervise restrooms, as well as classified staff to supervise the restrooms. When the complaint was brought forward, Ms. Leila Kashani, who is our Director of State and Federal Programs, Ms. Janaea Quirk, and also some of the planning team, as well as legal, met with our team and the school site to ensure that we were meeting the tenets of the law and providing the services to students. And so there, in this second complaint, we have ensured that all bathrooms are open and that supervision is being provided to ensure the safety of our students, which is the forefront of everything that we do before anything. So both items have been remediated. In terms of the process for Williams complaints, the initial complaint comes to the district, to the school site's able to respond, district responds. As I noted, both of those items are resolved. However, if the complainant feels that they have not resolved it, they have the ability to have in the board meeting, present their appeal.
Go ahead, Isaiah.
I just wanted to add on the bathroom issue. I know I talked about it last semester. My school has done a good job, but there's still presidents reporting that, yeah, there is sometimes only 1 to 2 bathrooms open for more than 2,000 students. But actually, so last weekend, I don't know if you guys know what RILA is. Rotary International puts on a weekend camp for youth leaders in San Diego and Imperial counties. And I was there this weekend in Idlewild, California. It's actually a countywide issue. So I thought it was just an issue exclusive to us, but it's a countywide issue. There's multiple schools in San Diego Unified, Powell Unified, where sometimes you only have 1 to 2 to 3 bathrooms open at a time. So I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, there's still presidents that do report that sometimes there's only 1 to 2 open. And then also on the bathroom stall issue, that's funny because there's actually a bathroom that students have told me they do not use, and I do not use personally, because the stall, the walls around you, it's actually, I'm 5'7", maybe 5'6", and like 0.75. They're actually a couple inches lower than me.
Wow.
So if you were 6 feet or over, you could easily look to the right, look to the left,
and be able to see.
and yeah. So I mean, this is a safety issue, but there's genuinely students who do not use those bathrooms for that reason. So I just thought it.
Short people.
This is not an actionable, or is it an actionable item?
The recommendation is to accept
Okay.
the quarterly report.
Do I have a motion to accept this?
So moved.
Second. Second.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We are at H9, and H9 is a report on multi-tiered systems of support implementation at schools throughout the district.
Yes, thank you, President Arancibia. For this item, it is a report and a presentation. It is not for action.
Okay.
I will ask Dr. Moore to introduce the speaker and/or plural speakers regarding the district's implementation of multi-tiered systems of support, another acronym, MTSS. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, and board. Good evening. Multi-tiered systems of support is really a part of some multi-years of work, and specifically for the last 2 years, Educational Equity and Support Services has been focused on empowerment, which is really about designing environments that affirm identity, foster interest, and enact intentional outreach. Multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, really represents the systemic organization or intentional outreach of our empowerment efforts. Tonight's brief presentation will describe what we mean when we say MTSS and how we're implementing these support systems in our schools. I would like to point out that our program manager, who is directly responsible for this work, Mr. Reed Burns, is out today. He fell ill and he's not able to be with us today. So you'll have to listen to me as I click through the presentation. I'm just kidding. Actually, I have an opportunity to introduce really the backbone of the MTSS work, two fantastic teachers on special assignment, Melissa Raines and Luis Lopez. And I would really like to point out that MTSS implementation is truly a collaborative effort, with Mr. Lopez working in the Teaching and Learning Division and Ms. Raines in our Student Support Services. And they will give you a much better overview of MTSS than I could. So I turn it over to Mr. Lopez and Ms. Raines. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Aguirre, Mr. Ringfield. Appreciate you giving your time on this late evening as we go through something where you look at an acronym and you're like, what does this mean? So our goal tonight is to hopefully bring it to a little more clarity and give you an update on what does it actually mean here in our district. So I'd like to draw attention here to a graphic, and the words themselves, making sense of them, we're not going to spend time on, but I want to note the fact that one phrase shows up 3 times here. Whole child, whole child, whole child. And at the core of MTSS is that idea that we are here to design a system of support at the district and school level where our students have academic, behavior, and SEL mental well-being supports that surround them. And in order to do this, this builds on exactly what Dr. Moore just spoke about, is this collaborative effort in the district where this is not coming from one department or one effort. This is all of us working together and taking the shared responsibility that we have for our students. So, there's the 1-minute pitch. I wish I could leave you with that, but we got a little bit more. And specifically where this work is rooted in is what our students need. And we as adults can do research, we can gather data and everything like that, but the best story we have is the story our students tell. And we want to share a little bit of that with you tonight. We were recently at Otay Ranch High School, and even this morning, National City Middle, doing some student listening circles. And what the students were sharing with us were major themes that were important to them. And one, amongst all of this, and you don't have to put your reading glasses on because I'll highlight a spot here, is that students want to be seen as whole people. So that whole child reference is coming straight from our students. And when asked, what do you wish your adults knew? These were some of those phrases. And I'd like to draw your attention to the orange or the center one, is teachers should see students as humans, not just students. We have 6 classes, activities, families, and lives. So again, it's our students even saying, we are whole people, please see us and support us that way. So if this is what they're saying, what do we do as a district to support them? Because that really is our primary job. And that is where this lovely acronym, MTSS, comes in. And we won't quiz you on what it means later. It's another ed speak. We love our acronyms here in education. But understanding that in our district, this is the framework we're going to use to support the whole child, to reduce the barriers that our students have and improve success and academic outcomes. So we do have, and hopefully it'll play with audio, a short video that the state of California does to help us explain MTSS. And that was a great video. So it's not going to work tonight, but it's okay. You got us. Hey, it's one less minute you have to have us up here for, so it's all good. But the messaging is the same. This is the framework that we use. And here in Sweetwater, we're actually taking it a step further than what California is saying. And what we're doing is we're actually designing a set of outcomes. And again, don't worry about your reading glasses. This is just to reference the fact that we have actually put together what students will either say, feel, or experience when they receive these comprehensive inclusive supports. So for example, I can access the learning in my classroom would be an academic outcome under MTSS. I am treated as more than my behavior, as a behavior support, or I feel that I belong at my school. So these are examples of what we're using to ground our work and what an MTSS framework is for this district. And we're also determining is, do our district data systems have the ability to measure this and assess our progress towards supporting the students? And as in everything we do, our LCAP goals are what we do in Sweetwater, and with MTSS, it's how we're gonna do it. And with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague here, Luis Lopez, to talk about what exactly we've been doing in this first year of foundational MTSS work.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Esteemed members of the board, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Ringfield, it's with great honor and pleasure that we present what we do. I'm your Equity and Culture TOSA, so what exactly does an Equity and Culture TOSA do? This is my 6th year of service in this position, 24th in the district as a teacher. And so my work is really to bridge between curriculum and instruction, what happens with educational equity and support services, and really all of our departments, because that is the essence of MTSS work. It's the articulation of what we all do, support all students in the name of equity, being defined as that it should not be predictable by either race, gender, socioeconomic status, or language, learner classification, whether students succeed, because all students should succeed by meeting them where we're at, which is the essence of what our year 1 work is. This is our first year under the state-funded grant that has allowed us to work systemically to support MTSS work across the district. So we'd like to share a little bit about some of the work and what it looks like for us when we're out there actually working with sites, because one of the biggest equity issues right now is educator burnout. So we definitely don't want to add to that, right? We're not adding work to people's plate. We're enhancing what people already do by looking at the work that teams do and supporting them to meet whole child outcomes. So when we're out working with sites, we're working with site leadership teams. It could be culture and climate teams. It could be student success teams, even PLCs or behavior support teams, and even PBIS, positive behavior interventions and supports. And so we're just there on the how we do business. It's the strategic approach so that when people are doing this work at the sites, we're systemically supporting them from our office, from wherever they're at. And one way we keep track of that is through our Trello board. It's a project management software that we use to articulate the exact work at sites that we're doing to support all of the different initiatives under MTSS and the Learning Communities for Student Success Grant, such as supporting SSTs, doing social emotional learning, restorative practices, professional development in climate and culture, needs assessment, data. And we work as a district MTSS leadership team in all these different areas to articulate how we all support sites together. It's our scoreboard on how we're meeting the student outcomes that Melissa Raines so eloquently presented earlier. Because we want to make sure we're on track. And how do we know we're successful? It's all in the data. Part of our work is also to build comprehensive data systems that look at whole child outcomes beyond just academics, because as the student outcome said, we want to be seen more than just our behavior and our academics. We want to be seen as whole people. So we've taken the California Healthy Kids Survey that's about 187 pages, and we brought it down to maybe 4, and we added some great work, with Dr. Winter's blessing inside of our data insights and our ed tech team. So it's on demand. It feeds right from our student information system. So if you need a snapshot, we could have it, boom, ready to go. Here you go. Now let's discern. Let's get some focus areas and start supporting all of our students in our schools. So this work is exciting. It's a work in progress, and it's how we'll know we meet those student outcomes as the work moves forward. In addition, what we got to look forward to is building capacity, right? Because it's not fair that this work only lives with the district leadership team. It has to live within our district, independent of whether who's there. So our focus is really on helping schools with their data use to really understand whole child outcomes, and they can write it in their SIPSA because they got to write it anyways. We can help them out. We can partner with state and federal. We can work in the curriculum and instruction and how they're supporting all students. We can strengthen school site teams with the different skills that our team develops, and we can map existing student supports. We can look for gaps and look at focus areas to grow. We're in development of an MTSS handbook right now that will support the work forward indefinitely as we build this work throughout the district, and hopefully get this work supported more at sites and build a community of practice so that we're in a network of improvement. And we're continually improving to meet these equitable outcomes. That is the goal and the essence of our mission, our beliefs, and our LCAP goals. So I invite you to vision with us a future for Sweetwater, a future where all students have equitable access to high-quality education and receive tiered interventions with fidelity to meet their academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs. So we thank you for your time, and we hope that this is the work that we get to do together. We really invite you to be part of this work because, as you know, equity in MTSS is a shared responsibility of everybody here, our community, our students, our families, to make this work a reality. So thank you for your time.
Is this MTSS approach in practice in other places, and what are you finding? What are the outcomes?
Thank you for that question. And absolutely, it's both national and state. So California has its own MTSS framework in which we're basing our district framework off. And actually part of the grant that Luis had referenced is we do get some technical assistance and approach support in that. So this has been around for, I think, 2 decades at this point, so it's not necessarily something that's new. It's just a little more new to us in a very integrated, systemized way. It's also existed in the district a little bit in pockets, and people have advocated for it. But with this grant, we've been able to fund my position, the program manager, people who are dedicated to actually bringing this framework to a more, just the reality of where we need it in our district.
So this is kind of taking out of the silos. What you're trying to tell me is I think that the district before is a very stodgy, kind of like silo district. I mean, I can tell you this from experience. And then we're kind of moving outside of that to get everyone working together and seeing the school working on the student from different components to be able to assure it. And that's something that's completely necessary. Thank you.
I don't think you answered my question. I was asking, where can we find information about this kind of approach being implemented elsewhere so that we could take a look at their track record?
And if I may, Mr. Real quick, so this work is part of a grant. So the state is actually encouraging the approach, again, this more a whole child focus or approach across the state. So a good portion of this work is actually encouraged by the state through their grant funding abilities for us to be able to do this work. So it really is a focus across the state, and this is how we're operationalizing it, but it's a good question in terms of, are there other examples? I can name a few, but I'll ask Ms. Raines to name.
Outside the state of California.
Definitely outside the state of California, but our nearest neighbors up there in Orange County actually have been doing this probably the longest and probably the best example, because they also have the model for how community schools and MTSS are integrating. And I know that in our district, that's something we're working for. So that would probably be the nearest and close by, and someone who's been doing it longer.
As a classroom teacher, I still, as the teacher, the focus is you know, before it's like, oh, we got to work on the behavior. We just only work on the academics. And just seeing everything being brought together is wonderful. But most important, having the data to back up what's working and what's not, and readjusting. Because every child is so different, and their needs, even though they may look similar, can be totally different. I mean, I applaud this. Yay.
So this is only a presentation. It was for informational purposes. So again, I want to thank you to Mr. Lopez and Ms. Raines.
Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you.
Great work. So, thank you again. It's very informative, and I think it is a harbinger of good things to come. We're going to move on to M1, which is a report on and approve the 2024 Facilities Master Plan.
Thank you, President Arancibia. For this item, I will be asking Ms. Janea Quirk to lead us through this presentation, as well as the recommended action is to approve the update, the 2024 update to the Facilities Master Plan. So with that, Ms. Quirk, it is your floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Arancibia, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Ringfield. It's a pleasure to be here tonight and to bring forward our revised master plan. Before I begin, I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Vicedo. On Friday, we realized we had a technical glitch with our link in our board item, and she came to our rescue, and so she had to put in a little bit of love and extra time, and I greatly appreciate that. Okay, so what you're looking at right here is actually not my actual presentation. It is the cover of our 2024 master plan that was designed with the architecture team that we were working with. I am going to make this as simple as I can and as clean as I can in terms of my presentation. I want to say that I see this as the beginning of a longer-term conversation for us as we begin to navigate the many challenges that are ahead of us with our existing facilities, our declining enrollment, funding, et cetera. And so we'll do questions at the very end. My presentation is very brief. So the Facilities Master Plan, it's multiple parts. It's broken down. The beginning part is, it has our district mission, the beliefs, the LCAP. And then we have an executive summary that identifies the 4 items up above. I'm not going to go into them in detail. I'll allow you to read that at your leisure. But it does it focuses mainly on the demographics and capacity, what the kind of the basis and the genesis of a master plan is, and cost estimating. The objectives for us is a validation and a refinement of our 2018 master plan. And so we did a master plan back in 18. There had not been a master plan here at Sweetwater for quite some time before then. And the process was to identify potential projects or areas of need on campuses, and to identify the funds that would be necessary to support the implementation of said projects. It is not a prioritization. It is not a yes. And so we went through that same process here today, and in this last several months with our architecture team to, again, we refined. You'll see that if you looked at the 18 master plan compared to this, visually it's a very different presentation. Our industry recommends that we do an update about every 5 years, and that's designed mainly to stay relevant with costs and changes that are happening within industry, building code, et cetera. Again, I already touched, I won't do it again. Our aesthetic is very different. And each campus, within the document, it's a 100-page document. And each school site has 3 sheets that are assigned to it. We'll go over those in just a moment. But the focus was for us to clean up the visual palette of our sites. The master plan is reflective of what our sites may or could look like in the future. To consolidate and look at the efficiency of our facilities and the removal of portable classroom buildings. As an example of that is the projects that we're designing right now at Granger and at Mar Vista Academy, Bonita, and Castle Park High School. When we are completed with them, we will be removing all portable classrooms from Mar Vista Academy, all portable classrooms from Granger Junior High. We will be making a secondary phased plan to remove the portables from Castle Park High School because they're daisy chained to things beyond that, and starting to reduce the portables that are at Bonita. That's all in consideration with their existing enrollment and the forecasted enrollment that we see coming to us. So we're already starting to implement little components. And then again, this master plan is a tool that is largely used by staff to inform recommendations and decisions that would be placed in front of the Board of Trustees for how we would implement program, identify projects, and really expense the funds that we have available to us right now. Soft reminder, we have non-committed funds is another 200 million sitting in Measure DD. And then we have about another 300 million in Prop O, but those funds are only going to come to us in increments of about every 48 months on average at about $25 million. So moving forward, this is slide one. I used Bonita, they were at the top of the pile. The master plan is broken down in by middle schools and then by high schools. And then at the very back of the document, there is a section for alternative education and special education programs. And then you'll see all the cost estimates. So each campus has a cover sheet with a little bit of background and data for each of their school sites and their mission statement, followed by what the master plan itself looks like. And so you'll see the site map. It is color coded. If you work from the top right to the bottom right, we have indicated any and all previous work completed on our school sites. The second line is the teal. Every single campus has the following safety and security components embedded within the master plan. So that's security cameras, perimeter fence, access control, and campus lighting. Hash green lines means that there's a site improvement, and that could be from infrastructure improvements to fields, et cetera, but anything directly associated to site improvements. Modernization of classrooms in blue. You may see some dark blue on Bonita's. You don't see that on this page for the removal of their portable classrooms. You'll see that when I get to the next page, which is cost estimating. And then where we would potentially recommend a new construction. Now, when we did the master plan, we did it in a couple of ways. And so we are forecasting modernization as a majority of the work that will happen for us. But when we look at an equity standpoint for some of the facilities that are out there, like admin offices and some other places, it might make sense for us to actually move to new construction because some of those buildings are so constrained spatially. And so you'll see those things reflected under new construction. The way that the master plan is truly designed is it does give us a significant amount of autonomy to make those ultimate decisions when we get to that time and place in terms of deciding what is the best, most efficient project to be moving forward. So then moving to the third page, it's color-coded, directly associated to the map that you just saw in front of you. And so the left column is identification of all the specific projects on the left. And as you migrate across the page, you see our unit costs and our forecasted construction. That also has our overhead and profit. Those are rolled up numbers and generic, so we don't give away all of our formulas, considering this is a public document. And then as you continue to move to the right, we have forecasted for escalation costs to take us to the midpoint of May of 2029. That's how we do escalation. It's a 5-year forecast from the time and place to which you have developed the estimates. And then we also include our soft costs. And the right column in the blue highlights the total project estimate at this time for each one of the line items. The bottom right-hand corner has a rolled up value for each of those campuses. So to continue with that beautiful forecast of sticker shock, I'm going to take you all the way to what would be the back of the document. And this is a rolled up value of our cost summary for the entire program. So this is middle schools, high schools, adult schools, alternative education, and special education facilities. When we did our master plan in 2018, our forecast was $1.3 billion. And in today's world, we are looking at $3.1 billion to meet all of the needs that have been identified in the master plan. And I actually think that we refined our approach when putting together this document, considering, again, the things that are ahead of us. If we had done an equivalent in kind to the 2018 and really kind of pulling that back, that 3.1 would be significantly higher,
$6 to $7 billion, right?
probably easily. So that takes me to questions. I do want to say thank you to our architecture team for giving me the visual palette for my PowerPoint. I don't know if you all noticed, but each of the little slivers of pictures are actually from our own campuses or student activities. It was a nice touch. Yes.
We do have one speaker to this item, if you want to hear the speaker before
Yes, yes,
board
yes, yes.
communication. Kathleen Shears.
Surprise, it's me. Good evening. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the fact we, the taxpayers, now have an updated current master facilities plan. Undoubtedly, Ms. Quirk and her staff have worked diligently to put this together. While I did not have the time to do a side-by-side comparison of the 2018 master facilities plan for each campus versus this one, it appears major deviations have occurred. Case in point, prioritization of football fields. I have asked Ms. Vicedo to provide you with the 2018 plan for CPM. Please compare it to tonight's slide. In a July 27, 2018 San Diego UT article, then district spokesman stated, and I quote, this is bad English, but I'm quoting the person. During the last 2 years, the district updated every school's master plan to determine where money is needed the most. After completing that process, okay, we are now here, and it is where we will go. However, the past couple of years of your project votes, failing to adhere to the $1 million master plan and this newly updated master plan's facilities plan, identifying completed projects is proof another Sweetwater promise broken. Why is it so hard to simply do the right thing and honor your word? Lack of effort by the district to prioritize those projects identified as a priority, unacceptable. I clearly identified many failures at the last board meeting, but let me be clear. This is not a Ms. Quirk issue. This is a board issue. Your priorities are in direct conflict with the $1 million master plan we paid for and the promises you made. On a personal note, I do indeed appreciate Ms. Quirk's professionalism. She is strong enough to listen, yet vehemently disagree. Like tonight before the meeting, I got heated. No, I got hot. But I walked away with high respect and the ability to understand it's important to agree to disagree. Ms. Quirk was not here during those campus meetings when you were pushing the old proposition. You can ask Dr. Aguirre, I was. And unfortunately for him, I attended many of them, and I spoke up. I know what the promises that were made. I know, and I saw, and I reviewed those plans, and it was clearly pointed out to us in a presentation what would be done first, what needed to be done first. Additionally, I'd like to bring to the board's attention, I don't ever see anything on here regarding earthquake, and I'm concerned about that. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Ms. Quirk, would you like to address the issue of earthquake design, safety in the district?
Sure. So every set of plans that we design gets submitted to the Division of State Architect. They look at three main components: structural, so that would hit all of your earthquake, fire, life safety, and ADA path of travel.
And what are they saying about our ability to, here in this district, our structures to withstand an earthquake?
So they don't say anything about that. There are specific structural calcs that they have to meet in the design process, and that's what they review. It's very technical based submission from the engineers that they have to, based off of the building code and the requirements by the state.
And if you meet those requirements, then we're considered to be
Correct.
meeting code.
They do not meet. They do not approve our plans and specifications unless we meet all of their criteria at the state level.
And do we meet all those criteria?
Always.
Thank you.
I do want to add a little bit of context that one of the seminal laws that the state of California has regarding construction is the Field Act. The Field Act was passed after an earthquake that happened, I was in 1940s perhaps, in Long Beach. And based on that, the state adopted a more stringent set of requirements for any school construction that happened after that. And so we are mandated, as Ms. Quirk mentioned, when we submit to the Division of the State Architect, by default, in essence, they ensure that we meet Field Act, which is compliance with seismic capacity issues. Yeah.
You mean we're gonna follow the rules?
Always.
Oh, okay, that's all I wanna make sure. Go ahead.
I have a question. Ms. Cheers referred to the $1 million master plan. Is that the previous facilities master plan from 2018?
So I'll ask Ms. Quirk to respond to that. She's been looking into some of the context a little bit. Ms. Quirk?
Sure, thank you. So yes, we did do a master plan in 2018. I don't know the exact dollar value associated to that at this time. We can certainly, I can get that for you and share that out by all means. But again, master plans are designed for us to renew them every 5 years. That we did not spend $1 million on this master plan. Our 2018 was a very heavy lift. And so that may have been reflected in those costs. Again, I'd be happy for us to go pull that information and share that out.
No, I just wanted to address or be more informed of what Ms. Cheers is referring to.
I think all I wanted to, so those master plans are living documents?
Yes, so master plans are living documents.
So they're not killed and then all of a sudden you execute them right there and then they live and they change all the way through, correct?
They do, and you may find some things that are on our master plans from 2018 and from 2024 that were reflected on master plans from 1999. Because the reality is, I think we all understand the work that has occurred within this district and the work that has not occurred within this district. And so when you're refreshing that sort of thing every 5 years, some of those things have not changed in 20, 25 years. And so they will always be reflected in the master plan. And the intention behind that is that we get new true dollar values to understand what it would cost. I'm going to use the stadiums as an example. Bonita Vista High School, our construction estimate and implementation, our bid came in at $17 million. We are building the same exact stadiums for the other 4 campuses, and our estimated construction is an additional $10 to $15 million per campus. That is the kind of significant impact that we have experienced and continue to experience since the beginning of COVID. It is not softening.
I do want to add some context as well, because I do happen to recall some of the things that were identified in that 2018 facilities condition index, the master plan, the whole process. One of the major areas of needs was air conditioning, or heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And as a result of us going to those community meetings, which were really hot in some instances because we didn't have HVAC, it was prioritized. And so that was at the board's purview after going through that process to prioritize HVAC across the district, and that's what we did. It also had to do with our concerns with the changing climate, things that were happening. So we went through and outfitted every single classroom in our district with HVAC, with air conditioning. And so I think that's an example of how what you will see in this master plan will not reflect the fact that we need air conditioning, because that's something that's as a living document we have now addressed as an example of that process. That's a little bit of context. And I think it's important to again, it's an evolving document. So now we're identifying, now that we've addressed the HVAC, we can move on to other areas. One of the ways this addresses, for example, declining enrollment. Ms. Quirk mentioned the fact that we're working to remove some of relocatables or trailers, if you will. That is, in essence, to recognize the fact that our student body is going to be decreasing, as all our projections are indicating at this point. So those are very, I think, thoughtful ways that this plan is put together from Ms. Quirk and her team. And that's, at some context, again, these plans do change over time. Priorities evolve as we work on facilities and things happen. Sometimes we get grants, sometimes we work on things. So that's a long way of saying there is context associated with this, and of course we can always have those conversations, and I really do appreciate the context of there's probably different perspectives around how this comes together, but at the end of the day, the board is charged with those responsibilities, and we can agree or we can agree to disagree over those, but at the end of the day, I think to be very thoughtful is what Ms. Quirk is bringing forward in this recommendation.
Can I just want to finish up? It does bring a tear to my eye to see Bonita Vista Middle there, because I know that's the one of the schools that has not been serviced at all in the last 50 years. So, I mean, maybe you give it a little tiny bit. Bonita Vista Middle has not. I walked in, sorry, Ms. Cheers, I walked into my same sixth, seventh grade science class, and they had the same paint since 1983. And I'm going to tell you, that's the part of the thing that just drives me bonkers. And I'm sorry. We could spend something with this. Just drives me bonkers.
And Mr. President, that's our next item.
There's some paint there. What I do, again, just want to kind of bring back to this for those who may be watching. This plan incorporates every single one of our campuses. This was used as an example. I don't want anybody to think that does not incorporate every single campus.
No, and what I'm saying to you is like people are actually thinking about this, because sometimes when we go to our campus, and this is the part of the public messaging that's really hard. Oh, they haven't fixed this. It's not like they're ever thinking about this school, and they never ever do anything. And it's no, we're trying very hard to have that list ready to go. It's just the amount of money that we have to be able to do it in a time period where inflation is basically doubling the cost of all the projects that are necessary on our campuses. And that's the difficult part of the messaging, right? No, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry if I took it down but my area again. I apologize. That's my fault.
May I add one more thing, please? One of the things that we'll be doing with this tool is we will actually begin working on what would ultimately be like 2 10-year plans.
Yeah.
I think that will help all of us facilitate a different level conversation that we may not have had here historically. And so that will be with a 10-year plan with the balance of the funds that we currently have today. And then as we continue to move forward, if that situation were to change, what that might look like in the future as well, so that we have cross-representation. Everybody can see where, like, a Bonita is going to layer in. I'm doing some research on dollars that have been expensed in the past, so we can start working on some equity. And pulling some different perspectives together, so those can be presented to you accordingly.
If I may, President Arancibia? I think we need to find that paint that was used in Bonita in 1988, because I didn't hear that it was bad. I just hear it was still up there, so that's a pretty good paint.
There you go.
But joking aside, do we have any notation on? I know the pandemic had a big increase, like just change the prices of things. Is there like anything in the document that'll state, because we won't be here, I don't think we'll be here, and we're gonna, anyway, but we like as board members, some of us won't be here. So those new board members that are coming in, if they can see, look, this happened this year because of the increase in costs or whatnot, if there can be something there just so they can see that, okay, well, it cost this much then, and then because of this, it went up 50% or 150% because of this. And if, I know there's no crystal ball to see there's like what it's going to cost, but if there's a possibility to put that on there so board members can be like, oh, these things can happen, so they're aware, new board members are aware that things can change in a blink of an eye.
So it does not. It certainly is something that we could add. I would recommend that that's something we can begin. We have a bunch of documentation. We can begin creating a document that memorializes that, and that also we bring forward after we realize the bids for the current projects, so we can see some savings, and we can do a benchmark in there. It's actually a great idea for the folks that will come in behind us as well.
Great work.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Great work.
Great work.
Appreciate it.
Do you need a motion to accept the report? If so, I would.
We're
make
actually
that.
approving the plan.
Okay, approving the plan.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item N7, accepting the bid and award contract number for High Tech Painting Incorporated for the interior painting project at, we were talking about this.
think that's what,
Sure you got caught.
Wait, no, I was talking about Bonita Vista. This is Castle Park, though. Hold on, keep on going.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
As you can tell, I've been scribbling. Dr. Aaron Sibia, never question Mrs. Cheers, please. I'm just like a walking Britannica when it comes to Sweetwater. I am confused. Based on the 2018, now this 2024 Master Facilities Plan, major renovation is slotted for Castle Park Middle. The new master plan indicates some work was done. Tonight's CPM master plan indicates buildings 2 through 6. What work was done not indicated here, but I will research. So I will ask the question, when these buildings had their work done, why wasn't the painting part of it? This agenda item states those same buildings will now be painted. Additionally, I find it quite concerning with the new master plan, there is no prioritization, which we've already covered. Don't worry about that. After the paint job is done, the average person driving by or walking onto campus it'll look great. But peel back the layers of paint and all you will find is rot and urgent need for real modernization. Many cases, there will be tear down necessity. The pretty paint will equate to lipstick versus quality educational structures. Clarifying my comment about the earthquakes. Several years ago, the state sent out an alert to every public school campus. Included was a request for each school district to be inspected for potential earthquake failures. Sweetwater was one of the only districts to simply not respond, which leads to the question what I was trying to get to. What about the older classrooms? What are we doing about that? I know you consider me to be a pain in the butt, you know, respectfully speaking. And you're very humorous about it, and I appreciate that. I truly, truly do, because trust me, compared to the board previous to you, the police were here at every meeting, let me just say that. But I just want you to know, I care. I care. I put a lot of work into this. And like I said, Dr. Aaron Sibia, and this isn't just directed to you, it's directed to everybody. I know Sweetwater as well as I know my husband. And I've been married to him a hell of a lot longer than I've been at Sweetwater. So please understand my passion. Please, but that doesn't mean I don't respect what you're doing. But I will continue to question what you do, just like I used to question what he did. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid and award the contract for
Second.
number M7.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
By my record, I have the next item being item Q2, resolution that's pulled by trustee Segura.
Yes, we can do 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, so those, I just didn't want those just to go through, and I actually should have pulled the Asian American Pacific Island Heritage Month. These are all very important resolutions, and especially the National Teacher Association Week, the School Bus Driver Day, and I know we're always hurting for bus drivers, and just like everybody else, but they're a very important part of the team, and as well as Classified Employee Week. So I just wanted to know that we appreciate all of you, and even if you're not on this list, and all the work you do every day for our students and community members. And with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And with that, I think that's the end of it. I call this meeting to a close.